Everybody, we have the energy of the lifetime here tonight on the Bardicdice channel. We're gonna rock it all the way with every energy that we got, and that's pretty much all I got, because that's all I got. That's all the energy I have to spare tonight. What is up, everybody? It is Fates United. It is Thursday night. We are back live on the internet and super excited to play some Dungeons & Dragons with Fudge and all of you guys. Sorry for scaring you guys. I apologize. I needed that to hype my energy up to the next level. So, really quick, if you're new to this channel, if you're checking out the VOD for the first time, my name is Michael. I don't know why I'm in cheerleader mode. I'm still in cheerleader mode from earlier from joking you. But you can also go, my name is also Bardicdice. We stream D&D here twice a week, double duty, D&D Wednesdays. We are coming to the end of the Wild Beyond the Witchlight, super fun, so you don't want to miss that. We have a few more surprises in store. Wednesdays, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thiele's our official artist for that one. She's been drawing some topaz dragons and some new things that will reveal soon. And then tonight is our homebrew game, Fates United, in which I forgot to change the title because your boy just got home from work. So we'll change the title of the episode here shortly during announcements. But consider giving us a follow. We have a lot of fun with our D&D games, but we also do other stuff as well. And we have an amazing community that we have created alongside Marquee Gaming, which you'll hear about shortly, about the husband and wife duo and what they do. But it is in our Discord. Here is the link here. We have a no sleep club. We got, we'll always post our coffees, but we have a lot of amazing content creators and people that post their dice there, talk about Dungeons & Dragons, art, all sorts of good stuff there during the week when we're not live. But you can go check that out. You can go see amazing other streams that go live during the week when we're not live. You always get something to do. If you haven't followed our socials, consider giving our socials a follow. We have some big announcements coming up soon for future programming and different projects working on in the back. Secrets, as the final touches are being put on some stuff. So you definitely want to follow that so you are notified first. And if you want to follow the channel down below, get notified when we go live, you can hit the little belly thing. That way, when we go live for Fates United, you're like, boom, right there with us. I think that's about it. Yep. Oh, we also have a Fates and Fade channel in the Discord where you can post GIFs or GIFs and have some fun celebrating with us and making other people wonder what exactly is going on and what are they missing. So you should definitely go check that out. But yeah, just because I've had no sleep and getting into it, let's go ahead and introduce our wonderful players, the characters that they're going to be playing for today, starting with the one and the only Rachel. You look distracted, so why don't you go? No, I'm just kidding. D, why don't you go first?
It's like in class, sometimes when I wanted to answer a question, I would pretend I'm not paying attention, and then the teacher would call me and be like, I'm prepared. Anyways.
Joke's on you.
Haha, teacher's pet. Yeah, hi, I'm Deely, aka Raphaziel, and I do art streams Tuesdays and Thursdays. Most Tuesdays and Thursdays. Sometimes I get tired or distracted. But today, I did it, so good job me. Introducing some map making now into my art repertoire, and it's super fun. I'm like over the moon with it, so you guys should come and watch. I'm gonna be doing some fun things with that, so it's a good time. And yeah, I play Meikai here on in Fates. She is a tiefling Kensei monk, and I love her. And no matter what you think about monks, she's cool. So there you have it.
Wow.
Shots fired.
So defensive, isn't I?
Anyways, that's it.
I guess monks are okay, so we'll move on. No, I'm just kidding. No, we love our Kensei monk here. She's amazing. But yeah, definitely check out Adelie. She does some amazing art, and her commissions are open, so definitely go check her out on Twitter. Speaking of amazing artists, her commissions are also open, so go check her out. Rachel, why don't you let us know who you're playing and what you are going on in your streaming life?
I was wondering if you're gonna switch to John or Mark again.
No, why? Why would I ever do
You
that?
would never do that.
Never.
Okay, hi, I'm Rachel/Pip. I'm drinking Nelson's coffee from Puerto Rico right now, so I just wanted to report it is good. I like it. Anyway, I do art. I post it on Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter under Pip400art. So you can go check me out there. And yeah, my commissions are open, so if you need a commission, just let me know. DM me. And I also stream art on Marquee Gaming on Mondays at 3:30 CST. I'll work on commissions or personal projects or whatever. So come hang out with me. It's a lot of fun. For this game, I play Anais, a ranger cleric. She's an elf and she does not speak. And whatever you think of clerics, I like them.
My class is better than your class.
I'm trying to start a trend.
I like it.
I'm trying to continue Dee's trend she started, I should say that.
It's really good. It's perfect.
There you go.
Awesome.
Thanks.
But definitely go check Rachel out on Marquee Gaming. She does an amazing job. But heading down to our second row, our secondary row chosens, but first in our John, why don't you introduce yourself and who you're playing?
Hello, I am John, also known as Deely's husband, and commissions are open for Deely and Rachel, in case you didn't hear. If you ever get a commission from me, it'll probably be like a stick figure. It'll be quite nifty, but that's a quality of work that I dedicate and put into my craft each and every day. But that being said, there are some people who do some quite quality and amazing craft and artworks over in the Pip and Bardicdice Discord server, where you can see all kinds of work and interesting things that people put together, and it's quite awesome and amazing to see all of the hard work and effort that everybody puts in. And in case nobody knew, I am Kahu Rangi. I play a Kalishtar fighter, and I just have to say that D&D is great, and all the classes are wonderful for all kinds of different reasons.
Baru Knight's the best!
Boo! Boo!
Perfect. And last but not least, the DM with the mind of evil.
Hi everybody. I guess I have the mind of evil tonight. Yeah. So I do DM on Sundays at Marquee Gaming, 2 p.m. CST, where it's evil apparently. So good times. You can join us there.
At DMing in combat, it's very hard to try to go up against it.
I like combat. It's fun.
So good.
But yeah, you can join us there. Here, I play Zachary. He is an Asmer Sorcerer Bard, both of which are classes I enjoy. I don't care what you think about them. Take that.
Yeah.
And also, you can commission me for art too, but you'll probably think it's a ripoff and you probably can't afford it. So that's it.
Wait, how much would you charge?
I now really want to
Depends.
commission
Well,
Mark.
that's
I want. See, that's how you market your commissions right
Yeah.
there. Now I want one.
You probably can't afford it, so don't even worry about it.
That is true. That is an expensive commission right there. Dravarius, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know why you're following this chaos, but we appreciate it. And welcome to the tavern. I am excited. It is. If the announcements are anything, tonight is going to be something. So let's go ahead, figure out what's going to happen in tonight's game of Fates United.
Pull on threads of fate, strings of time, metal clash as they climb. Champions of the sky, sun, moon, ocean, ally. Seek the path where darkness hides, corrupting all the good inside. They will travel the hard way, igniting light through the untamed. Wilderness won't disguise the elements sent to destroy the fragile weave of destiny. Just one of the many evils sent to break the world. Protect them as legend unfolds. Pull on threads of fate, strings of time, metal clash as they climb. Champions of the sky, sun, moon, ocean, ally. Seek the path where darkness hides. Bring light to where evil abides. Come on, roll the dice. 'Cause heroes take the fight.
Welcome back, everybody. Submissions for Dates United can be submitted to... No. As we jump back into episode 57 of Fates United, Kinship. Last time our Chosens, after following back home with Kahu to his hometown of Fusuaga, finding his tribe broken and disorganized because of a ritual that chose him to ascend to the chieftain spot instead of his older sister. His brother having past wounds that have not been healed after the same moment that they both loved, that unfortunately lost her life in a battle. After confronting the family, after coming back in and realizing that the elves now have been reunited and organized, pushing against them in war, it was uncovered that Lytus was behind it. What a surprise. But able to find Ergon. Definitely, of course. Dates United has to have Pulse in there, of course. After finding Ergon and Connor, a elf from the same home tribe as Anais, they were able to free them both. And find out leads to go after Arendelle, who had controlled some of the minds of a lot of the elves, pushing them past beyond what their physical abilities could hold, past exhaustion. But it did seem that some of the elves had willingly joined, and they confronted them in one of the oasis of Gleamshore, in a ruin of dwarven origin that they are now in. They defeated Arendelle and most of the other elves, though one did get away. But they worked together to defeat the enemy at hand and discovered that one of the now leaders, who was being mind controlled to serve under Lytus, actually Anais' aunt. For saving Pau's brother, seems that beginning of healing is starting to happen. Maybe there is opportunities for more alliances and old wounds to heal, both on a personal level and in the elves in the Calistone. You guys have taken a short rest. Watch your breath. Kind of the immediate conversations at hand. Kind of quelling down, everyone going to their corners, just understanding what happened, reflecting, taking breaths. All of you feel rejuvenated in a sense and feel your affinity connection being grown stronger through different crystals in the ground. Some that are in the woodwork, some that are deeper down. But with your unification together, you feel that your powers and your connection to the affinities have grown just a little bit stronger, as you guys did level up last session. Which I forgot to do the character sheets, so they're a little behind, but, you know, you can bear with me. What are you guys up to? You guys have the room to yourself if you want to explore other more around or continue to talk. I do think someone, if I remember correctly, someone wanted to do something at the end of the session. Wanted to do it at the beginning.
I think we were going to start looking around for stuff.
We're going to check the ruins. I'll probably help Zach and then probably start moving bodies outside where we can bury accordingly.
Sure. Just give me investigation checks if you're looking around.
I'll look around.
I assist Zach.
Sure. Either two people or one with advantage. Advantage. Oh, with advantage. Where's that from?
25.
25. Very good. Easily able to undiscover the rest as you open the door and look through just for any threats. No threats. No danger in sight. You come down to the first room. There seems to be beds. Kind of very loosely made sleeping areas, but it seems like the tents upstairs and outside were more where people had stayed. But you also see this is where they were carving into the stone. And there does seem to be different crystallines down here, gems. See a little bit streaks of cat's eye, Ahu, Ranji stone, different colors. Just it seems that many different crystals have formed underneath these ruins. They were starting to excavate. Hard to tell if they were trying to go in for something or just for resources. But you do find I would say like a chest or like an open crate full of gems that are worth about 350 gold if you were to sell them.
Yoink. 350.
Yep. 350.
Watch as Zach puts it in the bag.
1 gem. 2 gem. After you do this though, you are able to undiscover under one of these desks here. There is a crude drawing and a map of the area that had kind of shown it's kind of similar to the one you saw before, where it was like the different tribes. But there is a green circle around Ogum, which is used to be the main capital of the Elves Plains. Nice, you would recognize that that's where your tribe lived on the outskirts of before moving to Solisterum. And then another green circle upwards on the mountain, closer to the volcano, but a plateau ledge just south and west of it. How are you looking at it with Zachary?
Yes, I was helping him search around.
Actually, I don't think you saw that. Ananias, I think you were the one that noticed the volcano in the vision, right?
I thought they both did, but
Either way, you both would be able to put it together, Kyle, especially since you had that shadow walking there. Both of you seem to kind of guess that that's some sort of point of interest that you've seen or been led towards near the volcano. Hard to tell exactly what's there. But Ogum, you can see in elvish scribbles of, is she joining? Army shall amass here. Allies will join there. Kind of like scribbles and different notes. And like side handwriting or self-hand. Are you checking out the last little corner as well?
Yeah.
Was that everybody or specifically?
I want to go.
I don't think I was even searching. I was probably going to try and talk to my aunt, apparently, so that can be it. But I'm not with everybody.
So you would not have walked with them, right?
I don't think so. I think I would have been focused on some other things.
Cool. So Zachary, Makai, Kahu, are you going with them as well?
Mm-hmm.
Where are they continuing to go to?
Just this last little like corner of the map down at the bottom.
Just to have a little peek.
I wasn't sure if you're
Yes.
exploring with them or if you were going back to the elves.
If Makai is with Zach, I'll head back to the elves.
Zachary, Makai, as you open the door, a smell hits your nostril of death. And like eroding, things going bad, rotten. And as you open this, you can see a makeshift prison. Bodies who have been left in, unfed. These seats, torches. The 2 bags of like food and rations nearby the seats, like a rusted sword. But as you look further in, you see a mass well that has been turned into a grave. Skeletons, bodies, children, women, men. Seems those that did not make it and survive are left here. And you can look up, and that is where the opening to that southern location was. There's a ladder here that goes up as well.
Mm.
Was elves or are they other races?
Give me a medicine check or investigation. It's up to you.
Can I? I'll help him as well.
26.
Is that with advantage?
No, I can roll with advantage as well.
Sure. might as well.
Maybe get a natural 20.
26.
Okay.
Okay.
As you look closer, it would be a little shifting. But able to look around, mostly elves. Quite a few Kalishtar. You even come across a tiefling or two. With your check here as well, though, there is motion upstairs and the sound of... Actually, never mind. Because you guys... Never mind. Wouldn't be enough time. Because you guys, it's only about an hour after the fight, right? You guys are taking a short rest and looking.
Yeah.
Did we short rest? I don't think we short rested. But...
I don't think we had stayed a short rest yet.
Okay. So then your level up will come later. But you do feel that energy kind of connecting with these crystals around you, like absorbing something magical and affinity here. But that's all you find. The rest of this. Seems that the main camp was that prison before. And potentially this Ogum is a archaeology big site and a... I mean, like a prison. Quite far an oasis she had promised many people. Nice. You stay in there. They're gone for about, say, what, 20, 25 minutes? Oh, around. Oh, one last thing. Are we? We'll jump back. Nice. You see the your aunt kind of walking over and tending to Tarathiel a little bit. Kind of wrapping up a few wounds on him, glancing your way a few times. Connor has walked off to the other corner. He's moved some of the other bodies, but staring at Arendelle.
Yeah, I guess like...
Go ahead.
Oh, what?
I was just gonna say, Kahu, your brother's kind of... He's already left the room and is just kind of waiting out in the hallway. If he has no desire to even be around any of this.
Is there any... Can I search Arendelle's body first before I do anything else?
Sure.
Is there anything on her?
You... Go ahead and give me an investigation.
My investigation score is so different from... Who cares? 11, though.
11.
Also...
You find a yellow crystal, a gem. It seems a little bit more cut and a little bit maybe more designed as like an arcane focus of sorts. But it potentially across as magical. Kind of starting to connect and be aware of at least magical presences within crystals and rocks because of your connection.
Is there anything I can tell from if I look at it, or...
Do you have identify or detect magic?
No. Not on me.
Why not? Just that is inactive currently.
Okay.
Beyond that...
Show Zach later. What?
Beyond that, there's nothing else on her body.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would take me a little bit of time to, like, finally rouse from, like, it's maybe, like, 10, 15 minutes into them leaving. Sure. Just kind of, like, looking at her and thinking and kind of composing myself. I would go to... I don't think Anais even knows her name. Well, I guess. What is it?
Did she tell you last time? I'm trying to remember. My brain is...
She didn't, but I'm just trying to think of how much...
Lathi. Lathi.
Lathi?
So I got... She did say
Lethai.
it, so.
Yeah.
Lethai.
Lethai? Oh, okay. I'm sure she heard her mom talk about her sometimes, too. Okay. Yeah, so she have her notebook out because she knows she probably can't sign.
You guys did speak a little bit.
And I would write before I go over there. How are you feeling?
And then head over.
Mm-hmm.
We finished up with Tarathiel and like walking back over to her things, her items, and collecting a few things, and she kind of throws down the bow. And then you kind of walk over. Oh, everyone's still in a little shock. I'm fine. I don't seem to have been injured too much, but I am worried about my people. Many people she took here. And many people got away.
I write down.
How are you? Nice.
I write down, do you remember anything? And then underneath, I write, was the last thing you remember? If not,
It's all just feels like a dream. Blurred visions and voices. Very hard for me to concentrate on anything, but the last thing I do remember was a meeting to be called the council to convene. She kind of looks past your shoulder over to Connor. It's when him and Arundel came in. He flashed some magic, and that's the last thing I remember. Heard her voice saying to join them. It's so convincing.
she writes, so after you don't remember how you got here?
So sorry. You have your mother's eyes. I know we haven't met. Can I give you a hug?
She just kind of like nods awkwardly.
And a little awkward at first, but she pulls you into a warm embrace, and it immediately reminds you of your mother. And there's this immediate kinship there. She starts wiping tears. So sorry. Let's go of you, and just I never got to say goodbye. Sorry, what was your question?
She writes, do you know what happened to them? And she is pointing like to her, she can just talk about her family.
You guys were in a horrible accident that brought some creatures, and they killed all of you, that none of you returned.
She looks a little relieved that she doesn't have to inform her that her sister's dead already. But she writes, it was Lytus that killed them. That's why I'm here.
Arendel's body. Right. Sorry. How did you survive?
She writes, Lotha helped me.
Right. This?
Do
Lotha has my thanks.
you have any other family? I didn't know I had family that was alive.
You didn't talk about us?
Did she not?
I mean, she did a little bit, but it definitely sounds...
I didn't know I had an aunt as a player, so
Yeah. But it's hard. It was hard for her to leave. She didn't open up much about it.
Okay,
Never
that's
really
good to know.
were told much about New Atari.
Okay. She writes, I think she was sad. And sometimes when it's easier just not to talk about it.
It is the Elvish way. I don't remember much. Trying to remember, but all I can remember from all of this is talking about meeting up with the girl. They called her.
You're what? Wait, you're meeting up with who?
But Arundel, she would speak about meeting up the armies with the girl.
Okay.
All I can remember.
That's good to know. But I mean, do you have anyone else? Kids?
I have a son. My husband died in the drought. It was dangerous in the plains. I don't know where my son is though. I want to find him.
What's his name? What does he look like?
Kind of similar to him over there. Just longer hair. Braids in the back. Be Rowan.
I'll look out for him. This might be forward. I know we don't really know each other, but is there a reason why you didn't come with us? When the village was formed?
My husband didn't believe your father at all. Felt that he was betraying our kind, breaking tradition. Apparently we were wrong.
Leave on bad terms? Or did you part on bad terms?
Not personally. I think Mother really did believe in your father. She thought if anyone was going to save our people, it was him. I just couldn't leave my family.
Understand. Well, I'll try and get you to a safe place. I don't know what exactly our next steps are, but I hope this is over for you at least.
You know, it's supposed to be our job to protect you the other way around. And like moves a hair like in your ear.
Okay. I don't mind.
Your father's daughter. I'm glad there was a chosen from kind. We do have a chance. Not to put all the pressure on you or anything.
I think I already did it to myself, so.
It's, gonna point to the book. Voice? Okay.
She like pauses for a second and then she just writes down I won't. I'm fine. I just won't speak until everyone from Lytus is dead. It's just something I feel like I have to do.
You know, I could always tell when your mother wasn't fine. She always said she would. Okay, not to be. But thank you for saving me. Try and collect as many people as we can. We'll help you. Help you push them back. We will stop Lytus before they can hurt anybody else.
She writes, I imagine most people would be on board with it after what they went through.
Hope so. Might be a big division. Everybody. But I guess there always was. Maybe you could do a better job at Lytus bringing us all together.
She writes, that I don't know.
We'll see.
Alright, she just writes, thanks for talking with me. Get some rest before we head out and try and make some plans.
Takes off like a bracelet that has like different art, wood, different symbols and elvish writing. Wear this. Well, that I made up there. New Otarian wood. Always have a piece of home with you.
Just like takes it and holds it and like looks at it for a long time and then she just like slowly puts it on. You could tell she likes it by the look on her face, but she just doesn't know what to say, so she's just kind of like looking at it.
Kind of like this okay and being silent, not saying anything back sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
She just kind of nods and you guys kind of share another moment, but I don't mean to keep you from your stuff. We'll be here when you need us. Oh,
Thank
what are
you.
you doing?
First, I'll go check on my brother.
What? I act like something's wrong. Like I almost died or something.
Well, you didn't, so that's good.
I'm
Are you going
okay.
to stand in the hallway this whole time, or think I could get your help gathering
course.
Bodies.
Either way. Speaking of which, Zachary, give me an affinity check. You're looking over grave.
Nat 20, so 28.
You feel the echoes of the curse and echoes of sorrow, pain, death. But as you're praying, the ray of sunlight hits through the hole and smites the grave. Thank you, Smite. Appreciate it, buddy. As you pray, sunlight comes with the dawn, breaks through the clouds, and you feel souls at rest and peace because of what you guys did. A very much lifting of a curse and corruption over the souls in this entire region, this area where you're at. Neem Shore. Feel your answers, the prayers that you answered, that you prayed before being answered.
Still very bittersweet.
Very much so. Dawn does come.
I would, if no one else has anything else, I would like to, number one, look for more of those amulet things here.
The fire ones?
Yeah.
Give me an investigation check.
27.
You do find a few, but they are inert.
Does that mean they've been expended and they'll recharge, or they're just useless?
Useless. Go and look at the ones you also have. They're inert. With your check before, you can put together that they were being powered by this orb.
And then the other thing I want to do is look for anything in the notes that would give any indicators of who the girl is. Or I think there was another person mentioned previously too about like somebody else who was causing troubles or something. But
as you, I mean, with all of your investigation checks combined, you've been able to find everything as you comb through and look for patterns in different languages and really comb through. Most of it is questions on the dig sites and trying to understand which crystals and gems react to magic more, which ones can hold magic, be useful, but also which ones can absorb and then release magic. Almost like a storing in a way. Doesn't say for what purpose. It does seem important. As you can continue going through letters or just anything that talks about she or her or the girl, it becomes very clear the one causing the troubles is the girl.
the troubles for Lytus?
No. Well, yes, like it does come across as another Lytus member, but maybe one that is not seemingly getting quite along with Arendelle.
Okay.
It's both trying to amass an army for her, and then the her that they mean is Beardus. there is a girl that is what is referenced as the seemingly like another member.
Like another finger or what?
That's what it seems like, yeah.
Okay. There's no reference to like which finger it would represent or definitive thing saying it's one of the people.
It seems pretty like it's not like we're like, hey, here's our roster. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty what's the word? Not well guarded, but almost
just like any title or anything that's like.
The girl seems to be a title, but there's no names. Right. It seems to be very protective. Even speaking of Arendelle, it's the voice. They're using like almost like coded words for each other.
Or where the girl would be operating, or what the girl's goals are, that kind of stuff.
Yep, you did pick up from before. It seems connected to those scribbles on the map of collecting some sort of army, meeting at Oghem. That was where, or it also mentions that she was supposed to meet and join forces here in Gleamshore, but she never came. And that's the issues and problems that she's speaking of. The girl is being disobedient, going off doing her own thing.
Okay. And then if there's still time, I'll do detect magic ritually.
Sure. As you detect magic, you're kind of walking around. Faint pieces and different gems in here do seem to kind of give off a magical essence, but not like a refined like function, sort of like it's not like a school or enchantment or anything, but as if these stones could either have been sourced from the affinities or also be resources to be used towards refining them to be used for stuff. A lot of the things Brightcurious was researching, you've done a lot of research on that. A lot of things Kellum was researching. Ways that you can imbue and embellish and enhance the gems with magic that they were taught. By taking the energy from the crystals and giving it intention.
Do I see anything down here that looks like the thing that was sucking out souls? Like that stone?
The orb?
Any gemstone? Yeah, the orb. Do I see any gemstones like that down here?
Nothing even similar. It does not seem like it came from here.
Okay.
The only thing you can recognize is that it does have many properties of like a Kahus, like the Kahurangi stone, but it's very refined and very like pure. But it does not seem to be from here.
Okay.
Beyond that, it's very hard to get any direct connections here or answers. Does not seem that Arendelle dealt with writing down their plans or a lot of things. Just kind of loose notes and rough maps that would be enough that, you know, one could find the way to the different cities and that, but seems like secrecy was extremely important to Arendelle and her works.
Is there any sense of like a code or anything that I could possibly unscramble to get more details? Because, I mean, you can't just have everyone just assume your plan. You need to have something typically to go back on. So just curious.
As you, with your investigation check, it doesn't seem, oh, that's a cramp. It doesn't seem like there was a code, like a coded messaging or anything like that. It does seem like things were not written down. Maybe they were essentially orally said with each other.
Okay.
It does not seem like things were recorded in that sense or organized in that sense.
Okay.
There's a very loose organization here. Like, it does not come across as like well documented. It's in kind of like even just overlooking everything here at the prison and everything before, it just kind of seems like if you survive, you're used. If you die, you're discarded. It's very inhumane.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll come back to the group then.
I think as Zach comes back, I like motion him over.
Yep.
Hey, I don't know if you found anything, but I like hold out the Yellowstone I found. Do you know what this is?
I will ritually identify it.
As you sit down for 10 minutes. Sorry. It's mine! Thank you. Sorry, I just realized I was like, I should probably be more thankful. Yeah, you sit down and you can kind of hear Kahu's brother like singing a little bit, like humming. They're moving the bodies, and it's very ritualistic and almost like a funeral song. But as you cast Identify, you get two functions out of this, and it comes across similar to a like a sending stone, but it's one way. What's different is that so it seems like messages or communication can happen to the stone. But what goes back is energy, power, or arcane energy. You get the sense with this Identify and kind of looking over the other orb as well, whether it was energy from the soul or from arcane powers, or maybe even from these crystals. The orb was collecting it and refining it to something that this stone was then sending it back.
Where did you get this?
Just point to Arundel. Just like-
Made it cease to communicate with her, but also for her to send something back, magic back, something like that.
For Arundel to send magic back?
Yeah.
That's weird.
I mean,
So-
they clearly don't have a problem taking life from people.
Yeah. What is she doing with it, I guess, is what I'm wondering.
And good.
What should I do with this? Should we destroy it? If it takes stuff back to her?
I don't think that there's any good use for it. You can't contact her, and she can just take things from you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. How do we destroy something like this?
I mean, it's a crystal. Drop something heavy on it. Big rock or
Cast it
something.
into the fires of our mountain.
It close?
Go there and back, or go there and back again.
It's not that far.
Well, that's an unexpected journey.
Oh wow.
It is.
Man, now I feel.
Like I never expected you to participate.
Yup, I figured I was waiting for Lit to comment. I was like, now I know what he feels like when we went for all the Top Gun stuff yesterday or the other day.
Definitely a fellowship of commentators.
Should I try stomping on it?
Why don't we throw a rock on it or something?
Connor just runs up and goes, "No, keep it secret, keep it safe." He doesn't.
Okay. Do you want to drop a rock on it? I want to.
You can do the rock dropping.
All right.
Smash it's really hard. There's a rock over there that's really good.
I pick up a really good rock.
Okay.
Smash it down.
Give me athletics roll.
Okay. Dice, why do you keep rolling sixes on me? 11.
You kind of crash it down. You're surprised at how much it reverbs and shoots off in a different direction. You look down and the rock that you threw down on it is chipped. Chris is perfectly fine.
Try it again with anger.
I believe in you. You can do this. Spark inspiration bonus action and guidance.
Anais'
with
hand is
action.
what?
Connor looks like he wants to say something, but he doesn't want to interrupt the fun as well.
I'm going.
All right.
Okay. 24.
Mekai, Kahu, and Zachary give me a dexterity saving throw.
Really?
Yep.
Am I right next to them?
Are you?
I thought he was out with us.
I was with my brother moving bodies around.
And you do not have to roll.
23.
And Connor roll it as well. You roll, Zach.
12, but let me know if I fail, because I'll use my favorite by the guts.
Technically you fail, but you don't need to use it.
Okay.
The rock starts heading in your direction as it bounces off, but you are able to duck out of the way. And it seemed like almost like a small burst of energy, like almost ricocheted this rock past you. Now cracking up against the wall. Going to say, Father always said you can't destroy magical items with non-magic things.
You proved that wrong.
What is going on in here?
Gaius looks disappointed.
Oh yeah, you just walk into just two stones, one like cracked and this other one like broken apart, and a yellow crystal that's sitting on the ground.
Use your magic weapon, Anais.
Probably.
I turn mine into a hammer and I hold it out.
Oh, that was
Oh,
cool.
wait,
Can you wield it?
I don't think she can use yours, though. That's part of the thing with it.
Do we know that? I toss it.
Yeah, we already did identify on it. That's like a thing.
Yeah, I think we did a whole... Does it get... I mean, do I feel it not be magical as I'm holding Kahu's weapon?
An Arcana check. We did go through this.
23.
I just figured if I focus it for her,
You
should be fine.
do not feel like you can connect to his affinity magic or any abilities that come with it. However, just wielding it as is would be considered a magic weapon.
Oh, I see.
It'd be a magic hammer, not even like a plus anything, just a magic hammer for you.
Okay. So
yeah, this technically, in
Alright.
theory, should work.
Now really do it. You can have another inspiration for that.
And
Do
Connor
it!
walks
We're cheering.
around the corner.
I'm gonna brace myself.
Okay.
I don't watch your head.
Connor's
I have a
barely
really
looking.
big, my eyes are huge as I'm going in. Do you want me to do an attack roll? Or a strength? check.
For this one, you can do an
again.
attack roll. Yeah.
Okay.
So I do not think you're proficient with hammers, but we'll allow it to happen anyway. It's fine.
She is, because she's got the Ranger Cross class. Heavy
It's
weapon.
it's prone, so you get advantage too, right?
Yeah.
It's a prone item, right?
And I'm flanking it.
Give her all
Battle
the.
of crystal. Oh dang it! I just lost.
We all die.
17.
So we do not need to sit here all night attacking a rock.
Well,
Yes, that
fine.
does hit. Roll me damage.
This is
What's the
our
damage?
game.
It's a D10 because it'd be a warhammer. Because I don't think I can make heavy weapons.
Okay. I got a 10.
Perfect. What you needed as
Ping.
you crash it down, and it gives a bit of a thunder as it breaks, and it explodes into many pieces of various sizes. Most of it kind of like dust and crystals, but a few chips and rocks. And Zachary, you feel it go inert.
Right. It's
Nice
done.
hit.
Hand the hammer back to Kahu.
Thank you.
Father would be terribly saddened that you destroyed something studied.
I signed, don't tell him.
Not a chance.
Some things shouldn't exist.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, we're ready to get this last body out the door.
You do notice as you were doing this, Kahu, not Theodore, Tarathiel is assisting you as well. With, Lathai. I'm gonna mess that up all the time. Yep, the one I named myself. Lathai, also is assisting. Tarathiel seems angry, like especially as he's looking down at the barbarian and all the two others that you fought, just looking disappointed and angry. But you guys are able to move the bodies.
Well, what does he know about these two?
Who's asking?
Kahu.
You don't speak Elvish, do you?
No, but I still say it out loud. In common.
He doesn't respond to you. Anybody else?
Nice.
Translating?
Well, I don't know
In
who was
Elvish.
around. What'd you say?
Kahu asks Anais how to say in Elvish. What do you know about these two?
Well, I could either repeat the words to you in your head for you to repeat, or we could get Zach to translate for you. What would you want to do?
We get Zach to translate. I think I'm gonna need you to teach me how to speak this language, though.
I can teach you.
Okay.
Just remind me tonight
Okay.
and start you on
Just
your alphabet.
Take a night.
It'll just be one night. It's really easy.
It's a one-night program.
Elvish is so basic.
It's the Anais Rosetta Stone.
Oh my god, if we could have a grog and pike scene would be amazing. In the morning, all you remember is one letter.
Start somewhere.
Yeah.
You could definitely be working on that.
Zach, can you see what you can find out about this? I'm getting the energy out of this guy about these people here. Cares to know more.
Do you stop, Rathiel?
Hi,
Hello.
do you know these two?
Yes. Fortunately,
Who are they?
they would call themselves tribe leaders. Anyone to betray their own kind deserve to lead. And he like kicks the barbarian. That's one Druindar. He's one of the older leaders we have, the Mountain Feet. He was the last leader of the council before it broke up. And that one, the snake, the Odre, the Blue Hounders.
Why are you mad at the deceived, though, and not the deceiver?
They weren't tricked into this.
How do you know that? You don't think they believed a lie?
They went along with this. They were one of the first people to backlight us. Many of us saw Bardicdice for what she was and what that's why she was outcasted. The fact that I fell to them is... It won't happen again. Sorry if we hurt you.
We're more concerned about these people.
Nothing for them now. They're more alive. And Soleil got away. She won't settle till she gets her revenge.
Nice writes, "Who is Soleil?" in Elvish and like holds up the book.
Do you not see the one that hid in the corner like a coward? Shooting the crossbow, the one that ran away at the end there. She is the daughter of the leader of the Whitetails, but apparently he's no longer here. Murdered in his house, apparently. Barrow is his name.
And Ice writes, "Is there any way you could shed some light on how this all happened? We've only been able to find bits and pieces here and there. I don't know what happened."
I can only assume bits and pieces of it are lost to me. The last time we met, your father was the one that called council meeting, pleading for us to take assistance to the humans. Oh, the rest of us died. That's when he splintered. Some of us wanted to see what he could do. Assist in slowly getting people to be convinced. This Bardicdice and Lightest group had wanted us to stick to the traditional ways, saying that by not keeping the faith, we would anger the god. No one believed her, no one respected her. She had betrayed many people, and rumors were that she got involved in many unkind things, spoken things. But honor there, Arendelle came back. All I remember, everything they said seemed bright promises of water and a new life here. Bardicdice had been blessed. So I convinced all my people to come here. It happened to the rest of us too.
Well,
What did? Oh,
it's the humans who got us here as quickly as we could to help you. I think aligning with them as they offer their hand out to aid is a good thing to do.
Looks at Ananias. We should have listened to your father the first time. I won't make the mistake of not listening to you this time.
That's right. Thank you for saying that. I think we need to work. Zach is right. We need to work with as many people as we can to figure this out. It can't just be us.
I would have thought we were all doomed. I thought a tiefling, an elf, Kalishtar, and a human?
Asmer.
Oh. Asamer then. Even more surprised that they would come to our aid. Guess we were being foolish.
We don't come to one another's aid, we'll all die alone.
Many of us were tired of war. Better just to close ourselves off from the world. And Forrest died. Here we were stuck with no one to open their doors to us. Hatred had a look at us. We become what people think we are. I think it's time for change.
I agree. One last question before. What did Virtus do to get outcasted in the first place? When was that? You said people didn't trust her? I've never even heard of her. Before everything.
She claimed to be a zealot, a woman who had heard some god speak to her. Started speaking against the affinities, the natural magics. We were all deceived. We'd be freed if we followed her. Had her cult following. But the magics that she could do are wrong. Being with the dead. Being able to control corruption, which is not natural. Zachary, you would recognize this as being like what's seemingly the equivalent of what the schools would teach as necromancy. Just not a name here in the Elvish tribes.
How many years ago was she outcasted?
just before my time, a while ago. She would always try and rouse the people and sway them to her side when the councils would meet, or worm her way into her tribes. Apparently it worked, and others.
So by a while ago, 100 years, 200, like, what?
I would assume 50 years ago.
50 or 60? Okay.
I don't know the exact time. I don't keep records of that. Or if they are, I don't know where they're kept. This probably would have been, I guess, something recorded in New Otare before we left. War took us off from there.
So she's been unhinged for a while. Good to know.
She's not a good woman. If she's gotten some sort of power, it's not good. We need to stop her from getting more.
Yeah. Agreed.
Sorry, I wish I knew what her intentions are, but she always spoke coyly. Wanting you to do her bidding, but never quite telling why, or what she was doing in other places.
Oh, I know how that works.
What?
Someone wanting you to do what they want you to do, but not telling you what they're doing.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay, that's good to know, though. That helps a lot, actually. Do you happen to know who any of her other people are? Have you seen any of them?
It's just a rumor, but supposedly Soleil's father originally been tied to them, but he's supposedly dead. I haven't seen him up to anything. Oh.
Hard to trust that nowadays, but that's good to know.
Sure. You heard earlier, Soleil's father was Varro.
Oh, wait, really? Oh, that's funny. Okay. Well,
I think I caught up on that, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you
I
guys
know, I
did.
didn't catch that. I don't know if I heard that for some reason.
Might have been the accent. I think I said it like Barrow instead of Varro or something like that.
Yeah, you might have, yeah. Okay, well, she still says the same thing, but inwardly, she's like, oh yeah, he is dead.
Did you come across him?
I'm trying to think of what I had written originally, trying to match up with it.
I mean, he just said he was found dead in his house.
Sure, I killed him.
I hope with proof.
I saw him kill my family myself. Under no compulsion, as far as I'm concerned. So.
You have lived, seen many things you should not have. Will you get a chance to live? All this is over.
Thank you for your help.
Don't go fighting anybody without me.
I like look at Kaho and I ask him in his head, what do you... Well, I guess, sorry, hold on a second. Are we like in Elvish territory now? Oh, okay. Fine.
Very much so. Like
Okay.
halfway through the plains.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You can check with the brand new map that I've posted. Organia 2.0.
True.
I still need to make the regional map that I said I'd make. But...
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I just tell Kaho like what he said. Unless he was a part of this the whole time, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Kahu was originally here being translated for, so I assume between the three of you guys, things were being translated.
Cool. Okay.
It's a lot to take in.
Our people are fighters. Will aid in whatever army she's amassing.
Are they talking about you when they're saying army amassing?
Hmm?
You said that he'll help and you just... Right? You just said that he would help whatever army you're amassing?
Help fight against whatever army Virdis is amassing.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, wait, I am?
It's the translation. I misheard.
Understand, it's a hard dialect to get. The subject line is... Kellen went on and on about it. We needed to fix it.
Alright, well...
I say to Kaho, like, do you think your people would ever be up for working with them, or is it too...
Nice. Of course my people will work with them.
You think?
We'll show them how.
True. I think. You seem pretty confident.
I feel hopeful. I think there's a lot ahead of us still, but starting to see a path.
I just write one last thing to the guy, and I just, I say, would you be up for working with the Kalashtar to take down Bardicdice at some point? Can you convince people of that?
No option. I think with you being the ones that saved us, we owe you that. Look at the tiefling that's nodding at him, acidly. Oh, and she vanishes.
I can't speak Elvish. That was just Dealing reacting.
I know.
I didn't expect that. Bye.
Yeah, we could use you.
You have my aid. Take these 5 rations as a sign of...
You're going to need them for yourself, we'll be fine.
I don't... my friend Smitty gave them to me. I really think you should take them.
Very well.
I think one of those is poison ivy, though. You probably don't want to eat that one.
Ooh. Yeah, sorry. You'd be braver than I, though, if you ate it.
I'll pass.
Feel food.
Oh no.
Honor Gabriel! No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It broke.
Oh my, it's crashing.
But it
all
wants some
I
Caesar
hear in
salad.
my face is just gabagoo! Like. Sorry. Oh, man. Hey, man. Whew. It's funny.
Should we try to go find the rebels and make sure that the ones that left got back okay?
Yes, I think
Yeah.
so.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, the leaders
And
left over.
potentially-
Kind of like that's their main priority is finding those that survived and reuniting and taking account care of their people.
Before we go, before we move this last body, anybody have some fire?
Yes. No. No.
Yes, I can start a fire.
Pull out a torch stick. Do you mind lighting it?
Hold it and shoot the firebolt down through it.
I'm gonna let it burn for just a little bit. I'm gonna put it out. I'm gonna take the ash, and on the forehead of the finger of Lias, I'm going to put the rune mark for Slaver. That those in the next world may know who she was.
Does that follow?
We always carry something with us into the next world. I'll pick her up and carry her out.
Max just kind of nods in approval. Gross.
You guys come up out of this to a dawning sun. Morning has come. You see a slaughter of bodies being that had been seeming like they were chased by a wolf, and just this is one last body being eaten, but just like with a spear in a wolf's body.
Well, they disappear. I mean,
Unless that's a real wolf.
It's a wild wolf that came
this-
in.
It's a real,
Oh,
yeah, this
yeah,
was a
a
real
real
wolf.
wolf.
Was it? No, I don't know. But you do see the footprints of those that seem to have gotten past, heading north to the cave. Where you guys decide to go? Are you doing
We look
anything?
around up here. Is there anything of note? Quick. before
Nothing
we leave,
more.
or is it-
Nothing more than you found, just food rations. It does seem there were some more weapons here. A lot of them seemingly like stolen from Kalishtar, or maybe seeming taken from Giant Spain. Like, not many were created their own, or if they were, is very crude, subpar
And-
versus the rest.
Any weird movement in the lake?
Give me an investigation.
24.
24. You see quite a few fish in there, shark teeth. Piranhas, maybe. Got it.
Alright.
Don't see any movement in the sand currently.
these scorpions are even creepier in the daylight.
They're kind of gross, aren't they?
Yeah.
Large green veins that aren't glowing anymore, but just like cracked through their shell, and almost like a
Wait,
fungus that has taken over a body.
That doesn't,
Wait.
doesn't seem quite normal either. Should we call in the airship?
Oh yeah, I could do that.
Sure.
What is this airship?
It's my accent.
We're by the oasis. to the, I guess, south of where you dropped us off. So
Look for giant dead bodies.
Yeah.
We'll get a
Funny
fire
enough,
going.
I actually saw it. So I actually know what you're talking about this time. On my way. Worst instructions ever. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Cutting it. You know, like, no.
I'm gonna get this guy fired.
Is that your
I
goal?
hate him more and more every interaction.
It takes about an hour. You see off in the distance a airship getting to arrive. Kind of coming to a turn. The elves here looking like the heck, you know. Airship.
Like we said, humans helped us.
They really helped us.
You'd say we have friends in high places.
Hey. Matthias, we're about to be friends in higher places, I guess. At the flying.
Kyle begins to pull the stuff out. And he's like, "Oh, that's not what you were talking about."
Well, I mean, if you maybe not now. But the airship does land.
It's the dream world.
Yeah, you know. And you guys are able to embark. The captain and first mate there. Cook has made some kind of morning kind of slog, with decent meats and bread for everyone if they wish to have any.
Yeah.
And you guys are heading up towards the cave. Is that the plan?
I want to keep an eye out for anybody who's walking.
Mm-hmm.
About to
So-
say,
And
not
shoot them
even
down.
30 minutes up. Oh, you were shooting people then if we see them?
I'm
'Cause
just...
there's
No.
a whole bunch of
No,
people
they're
down
fine.
there, and we also
Oh.
don't have guns. So good luck with that.
We're going to talk to them.
Yeah.
You do see 20 to 30 elves pushing forward through this little cliffside desert area, then hide. They see this airship in the distance. Are you landing?
Yeah, let's approach there.
Connor walks up. Yeah, don't jump. Wait for it to land, apparently.
Oh, you
Hold on.
jump, you're dead right now. Just so you
Better
know.
way.
Unless
I
you-
can't help you.
I mean, you did say last time, tell you before I jumped. Just saying.
Yeah, because this time if you jump, you are dead. So
Good to know. Sorry.
Sounds like better limits.
Captain, did you know that you're making history right now? You should feel very honored.
Woohoo.
The way I feel
Sound
about
very
history too.
enthusiastic.
I've been up all night. Sorry, guys. Am I supposed to?
Yeah, we've been up all night too.
Hey, killing things. I mean, resolving things.
You know, some good sleep does sound nice.
Very proud of you guys. No.
I
clue
just
what
look
you
at
guys have
Zach.
done.
Yeah. All these bars!
The bars! They transcend games now.
Just leaving Avums for people. Yep. But you guys do land. And quickly jumping off, Tarethiel jumps over and yells out to them, "It's okay, it's fine." And they kind of reveal themselves and around the corner, and you see young men, older men, women of just enough age to carry weapons. This is not much of a force, but it seems whoever has survived, able to, had taken up a weapon to come aid you. Free whoever they could. They kind of all get caught up. You see Lethai and I didn't want to say the other one. Tarathiel quickly kind of telling the story of you all. You all can be trusted. There's a little bit of avoidance of the other leaders, but it seems that the two of them are kind of quickly adapting into their groups any stragglers from other tribes don't have people here.
Yeah, I think we'd take them and keep going, I would assume.
Were they coming from the cave, or
Yeah.
they? Okay.
I think they're the ones we sent out, some of them, because the kids there.
Well, they must have gotten there and brought these people back.
Correct.
So we're taking them back to the cave.
Oh, I was really confused as to what was happening. Okay.
Yeah, you guys were just traveling up. You met them as they were going down to you.
Oh, gotcha.
But you guys are able to scoop them up. The first mate, like, running around with the chest, just asking everyone to put their weapons away. Like, really annoyed that there's weapons on his ship now. But they seem to be treating them nice, and the chef seems to start making more food for people and into accommodating them. You guys push forward. Another hour goes by. Able to arrive to the cave. Land again. Anyone left over, and there's only like 10 or 15 sickly elders that maybe would not have survived in that prison. Children.
Is there anyone that like needs actual healing? Because I have some spell slots left and stuff.
No, it just kind of looks like they need food.
Oh, okay. So
I mean,
so that was it. Okay.
oh, we can use it on ourselves, right?
I mean, yeah, if you want. You also could have taken a short rest.
Yeah, we took short rest. Never mind.
Yeah, we're taking a
I'll
short
figure
rest
out how to
while
do
you're
that.
traveling.
Mm-hmm.
But is there anything particular you guys wish to do? We kind of all tend to them. Captain looks a little surprised, but, you know, also very much so quick to action to lend aid and cots and blankets, food. You see what seemed like a very indifferent captain very much seemed to care for those that are injured and weak. Gold stuff. You guys wish to do?
There's like so we picked up the rebels, actually. We picked up who the leader is.
There was no leader. It seems a group of people. The closest thing to a leader was the girl that you met. And her, it was her brother. Yeah. Her brother, I guess, would kind of be like the closest thing to leader, but these are just survivors. The leaders would be the tribe leaders taking back leadership.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm confused because I thought they kept talking about some rebel place. And I thought there was a leader there, and now we picked them up. I'm really confused as to what's going on.
It's a band of people who were fighting against it, but they're not very organized.
Ragtag rebels.
They're essentially those that have either escaped or have not been imprisoned yet. Discarded or leftovers from the towns trying to help their family and friends. They had hidden away in this cave because they had seen their family and friends and their leaders here, but
gotcha.
They were of no match against the soldiers and the magic.
Like not actually able to fight. Okay.
Not at all.
Okay. So basically, now it's just like...
And you find this all out with interaction with them because you guys... you hadn't interacted with them before. So, you know, I think what it had come across is hope of like, oh, well, there's rebels out there and they're, you know, like, they'll come, we can fight them now. Like, you had given them hope to like, well, now this is the time to fight.
But they like would never have been great at it. like kind of like okay.
Enough as a distraction, but there would have been deaths. There would have been.
Right. Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, so I guess just helping them get settled in if this is where they want to stay, like the cave and stuff if we get there, but
You get a chance maybe with your direction and aid. They would have been able to distract or kind of confront those the soldiers, like, you know what I mean? Like, not any of the leaders per se, but the soldiers who were, you know, being controlled or others might have been able to engage with them while you guys had gone ahead or assisted them.
oh, I'm not talking about that anymore. I'm talking about like
Yeah, I'm
as
just letting you
like,
guys
we're
know. I'm just like
settling.
giving you the idea of like that's kind of what you get the feeling of.
Yeah.
But what are you trying to do?
No, I was just saying, are we like we're back at the cave now then?
Yeah, at this point, you guys,
Yeah.
because you guys picked up halfway through, the people you left, released, had gone back to the cave, grabbed anyone could fight, and come halfway back, picked them up, and then went
Yeah.
with them to the cave to pick up
Yeah.
everybody else. So you currently are at the cave. If you wish
Okay.
to do anything, or where the captor's kind of just waiting for you guys to tell them what to do, where to go, what to do.
Do we
with them.
take them somewhere else, or what do we do with them? Do we leave them here?
We can bring it back to my people.
Sure, your people is going to be okay with that? I mean, we couldn't give the 2 people to them.
Did Connor steps up to say Orgon was going to create like a sanctuary?
He was thinking about it, yeah.
Perhaps
Well,
he's-
we'll go.
Sanctuary for all these people.
We'll make it work out.
Okay.
Do we send Connor with, since Ergon knows Connor? Or does he stay with us? Oh.
You're going to take them, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what we need to
It's a
do.
long ways.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just,
Plus, this ship is going to have to restock with the amount of food it's going to be going through.
Mm.
Yeah.
yeah, you're on board, Kahu.
Exactly.
Gonna eat all.
I've seen those eating contests.
Do we want to get them all aboard and start going down?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll go and announce to all the elven people. For your things, we're going to take you somewhere safer.
Yeah, with your aid and with the 2 other leaders explaining that their hometowns are no longer safe, they're in danger from Latus, and even going back to their old settlements possible right now. A lot of sadness. There's also a little hope, a little weariness, but between your persuasion and natural charismas, also just the fact that you guys are chosen, says this is kind of being explained, and give an example too. Another cramp. Having a good night. It's my driving leg. It's gone bad. Whew. Quickly are able to kind of settle them and get them all into the ship. Captain takes off again and is heading back towards Fusaga, right?
Yes.
Back across the map.
Hydrate, Michael.
Yep. Drink something.
Yeah, electrolytes, Michael.
I did. I even ate a banana earlier. Perfect.
Think.
I'm going to bed down for a long rest then if we're going to go.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
takes a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah.
I'm gonna say by the time you guys get up in the air, get everyone on, by the time you get back.
There's
Ah!
Long rest time.
Hey, Rach, you got it.
Hey, thank you.
Wild.
So exciting.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Yeah, the boosters take off with sub excitement, and you guys go subsonic. Get it? No, okay. Smite, you're wild, dude. Smiled and. But you guys head back. The day is quickly heading into now afternoon. It's taking time to collect everyone, to cater them, to get back up in the air and head back. Are you keeping along the coast? Is there a certain direction or path you'd rather take?
Whatever path we feel is safest.
Yeah.
Safety-wise and time-wise, Captain agrees. Probably just right off the coast would be best. He did not see anything earlier when he went along it.
Oh, so we're going down and around by Hanasuka?
Not quite that far, but basically going down to the cliff line and then heading towards Fusawaga.
Oh, okay,
So, like,
okay.
before Hanasuka.
I mean, I think as long as we don't run into that storm, I don't really care what paths we take. You know what I mean? Just...
Speaking of which, though, I'm gonna say, you see the storm making a beeline now towards Fusawaga.
Even though we weren't there?
Venice, Fusawaga.
Because we changed positions again.
Yeah.
Where it went.
Mm.
How far out does it seem?
Give me a nature check.
$20.
Maybe a day and a half. You picking up speed.
Well, I want to be quick in Fusawaga.
We can route it to... We can try to route it to Hanasuka and, like, the things will, like, negate each other.
Zach grabs the stone, kind of goes finds a corner. I'm gonna go contact the dean.
So I knew we
Aww, I thought it was gonna be selfish, so dang it!
Nope, not. We don't have any downtime for me to talk to my girlfriend. Come on, what is this?
Dates United!
This isn't
No,
Dates United.
This is not Dates United. This is Dates United. We don't get to have dates anymore. That's over.
Dates
There's
disunited.
always something that we have to do that uses up all my stuff. So
Dates displaced.
I'm going to go ask the chef if he has any dates.
Oh yeah, I mean all the time. You just have to. Oh, the fruit. We got like 2.
Perfect.
Perfect.
but yeah, I will find this corner. So your wife's coming for Fusawaga. You ready to handle that?
Growing in strength. Seems we are getting close to the equinox. I can keep her at bay. Hopefully not
Keep
die.
people safe there.
Might feel some of the effects. I would stay at Fusawaga and keep it safe.
You want us to stay there this time?
Don't think we can turn it away enough. Keep away from the coast. You shouldn't get hit direct, but it will be possible creatures or corruption rifts. There were in near the cities of Orium. I will meet her.
To prepare that. Prepare what I asked you to prepare for me.
Mind Michael? What you asked him to prepare again? Sorry.
Basically, all the info he has about rituals and all the previous generations, all the stuff that he tore out of his notebook.
I gathering it yet. Most of it most likely be ordered in Sundavir's. What should we call it? Residence? Where he resides.
Yeah, but I'm getting it from you, right?
Give you as much as I remember, Here's. Yeah. I'll give you what I have. Nothing to hide. You are to succeed at any rate, or at least survive. Do you think this is important?
Well, you've already changed your tune, because before you told us to run and hide and live our lives, and now you're telling us to fight, so...
You have proven yourselves somewhat competent. Don't want people to die.
I don't want anybody else to die either. Which is why I think we need you eventually.
Don't know which outcome you are hoping for, Zachary.
What are you hoping for?
I do not hope anymore.
You're still fighting. That doesn't sound like somebody who doesn't have any hope.
Called a promise.
Promise to what?
Promise to her. I'd love her, no matter what.
So there's your hope. Because you clearly believe that there's something of her that you made that promise to that's still there.
Love and hope are different. You'll learn.
I think you should maybe ease up on the talking down to us, because we keep surprising you on how useful we can be.
I'm not talking down to you. You have finite life. And I hope you do good with it. There is no stopping this. He is beyond our aid.
Maybe. I don't have many more years to live. But does it make it so that I'm useless? You'll learn.
Hope so. Alright. Zacharias.
On my name.
I'll do what I can.
We need you.
You're not going to get Sundavir involved with this, are you?
Do we need to?
Will only bring corruption, destruction.
I'm honestly surprised he doesn't follow around the storm too.
Many of us have a false hope. That's him, not me.
What's he hoping?
I do think he thinks he's savable. You have seen his tricks. I once believed in what he said. What happened to us?
I think there's a way. Maybe not his way, but I think there is a way.
Well, maybe I'll give you the chance to prove it to me then.
Gladly.
You were my brightest student. Quite so.
We'll be seeing you.
Sure you will.
I want those notes.
Get them to you. And I don't know how much of it will matter. I'll let you follow down the path that I did.
Well, you can learn from others' mistakes at least.
You do. Be careful, you four. If there is going to be hope for this world, it doesn't lie in me. It lies in you all.
I think it's bigger than us. Just us four. We can do our part, but it's not just us. And it never will be just us.
Trying to sound like a real chosen there, Zachary.
Well, that's what I am now.
Yes, we are. Anything else you need?
Never know.
Right? You feel the disconnect? Okay, bye.
I'll walk back to my group.
Oh my gosh. Did you get it out of your system? Oh, good.
What?
No, that was outside the game. It's not my guy voice.
So I think we need to stand and fight in Fusuaga. I think there is likely going to be other creatures like we fought in Rosewood around.
Then it sounds like we need to get my sister back.
Yeah, so we can also get that stone back.
Yes, but also so that there aren't outlying groups that we can't make sure are safe.
Yeah.
We're ready for it this time. Hopefully we can minimize any casualties.
Should we send everybody who can't fight into like a cave or into huts somewhere?
Elias has
Probably.
some safe zones.
Okay.
Keep them safe, and we can work with those who can fight.
We'll prepare.
I'm going to sleep.
And that is where we're going to take our break.
And I'll get Anais to start teaching me how to do language.
I'll teach you hi and bye, and that is it, because that's all you need.
Man.
That's all he can write.
Too much bleeding over. I feel red and getting mad already.
No.
No, we'll end there. We'll jump back to see what you guys do before you go to bed, as you go to bed. Yep. We'll go and take a quick break. Thank you guys so much, everybody, for jumping in. Huge shout out to Smitey Smite. Good lord, man.
I lost count. I don't even know how many.
Bloody. Thank you so much, Fresh Ware Fly Fisher, for joining in, for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. You guys are amazing. If you haven't already, click the link, join our Discord, have some fun. We have the Fates and Fae channel. We're posting gifts. I have friends who are messaging me, distracting me while I'm DMing, so it's also a fun time. Thanks, Brittany. But we'll be right back from break to finish up the second half of tonight's game. Fates United. Welcome back, everybody. That's my Wednesday voice, not my Thursday voice. Hello! We're back from break with Reese's, Salsa, and a tired boy. But I'm super excited to get to the second half of tonight's game of Fates United. Our Chosens have saved the day, have gathered the remaining survivors from Arendel's terror in this area, taking control of the minds of the leaders and those that were any threat. Luckily, there were survivors. You guys gave tribute to those that have died. Feel the affinities have accepted them, their blight. You've given them peace, rest. The sun does begin to go down. Zachary, you make a call to your bestie, the Dean. And head to bed. What the rest of you guys doing?
Spend a little bit of time trying to learn this Elvish language.
How much time are you guys giving towards?
Imagine we're pretty tired, so probably like 30 minutes to an hour.
Nash was gonna go for 2 hours.
We'll go for 2 hours. Then.
I can go for longer, but okay. Yeah. Teach you.
But she might be a little. I don't know how much she can keep up because I feel like this is where her nerdy side comes out, and like she's like has like she starts writing out like a whole alphabet and like charts and like just this whole thing.
Nice as a
like,
charts girl. Was not expecting
she
that.
makes lists. She's a total nerd.
I like it. Okay. Here's a pie graph of the letters you should probably learn that are most common in English language.
It's so cute.
Like little vowel thing. I do like the whole like tracing, like a little like dotted line, like how to draw certain characters.
This is a lot of information. Where do we start?
S is for Solisterum.
Give me a intelligence. I will give you proficiency for the relation it has to Kalishtarian.
Just a flat roll, right?
Yep.
Proficiency, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
8. It's been a long day.
Been a long day.
A long day.
Been a real long day. You like, you know, you can read it, but like when you go to like say it back or write it, it just get things backwards. Yeah, there's a real weird accent to it. Yeah, you're trying to get over that tongue roll when, you know, in some of the words. Not happening.
No. Bella.
It's melon.
Mela.
The quesadilla?
I like quesadillas.
Ah, that was a good one. That's all Kahu's saying afterwards. Quesadilla. Okay.
Hi, Zach. He flew.
He's still not back. I love it. Well, I think we're
It's probably
without,
like right off to the side of the camera.
I think we're without Mark for a while. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, here he comes. He unplugged his headphones.
I was also like trying to write out Elvish, but because his penmanship's not the best, it looks really rough.
It's really scribbly.
Yeah. He's like, this is very flowy. It's strange.
Just out to his on wrist.
You do not, Anais, you don't get the feeling that he's going to retain too much tonight. Maybe it was a little too much too fast.
She like looks at like all her stuff she made and she's like, okay, maybe tomorrow we can just do this section here. Sorry.
I like all this though. I really want to learn all this.
Yeah. No, I think I probably did too much. Sorry.
You look down and the B is backwards. It looks like a D.
It's kind of sad.
Oh, poopy.
You'll get there. It just takes time.
Right.
You know, it'd be kind of weird if you learned it all in a day. Then it'd be like you were hiding a secret genius or something. Then Zach would get jealous. It'd be a whole thing.
I've had my moments, but I get it.
That's his thing.
Hacker's translating in 3 different languages all of Arendel's notes. Like,
yeah.
Thank you for your help.
Yeah, you're welcome.
you guys do anything else, or do you go off to bed?
I'll head off to bed after that.
Okay.
I'm awake because the sky's awake.
Go through a couple flashcards, then go to bed.
I was gonna be mean and have her peek over and also learn Elvish. No, I wanted to try to connect to my affinity.
Oh.
Kind of do like a meditation sort of thing as I'm going through my poses, my sword dance stuff.
Perfect. Kind of take some time as the sun's setting. Sky partly cloudy. See some of the clouds beginning to come in. The wind starting to pick up from the storm. Moon is still out over Hanasuka, creating a weird shadow between the clouds and this mist. Begin taking your form, lighting it, using your chakras through the dance. Begin to hear the music. Give me affinity check.
Gonna use the Mars dice. What do I add to it? For proficiency?
Yep.
16.
You can hear the ringing of your blade in its own melody. I'm in this peaceful glow on the deck. What are you trying to say? What are you reaching out?
Well, first I just wanted to see if it would work. And then, if it did,
Feel connected to your affinity. Feel connected
yeah.
to your affinity anytime you cast your power.
That's fair. Hello? Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Wait, did she actually respond? Okay.
What's he say?
It seems like everybody else talks to their affinity, so I thought that I would try. I feel maybe I could use some help and guidance. I don't really know how this works.
Make this prayer. Are you speaking out loud? Is this in your head?
This is in my head. I'm not talking out loud. The captain already gives us enough crap.
Yeah, that's the one that speaks to herself, right? No, you begin to just in beat with this music and begin to quicken your movements. Graceful. Feel the gaze, the glow of the moon on you. No words come to you. Don't feel any different.
Well, okay, I still believe in you, so just keep going, I guess. Thanks for the powers.
Bucket cookies are really good.
Yeah. Let me know if there's anything important to watch out for this storm. Kinda nervous. So, yep. I just keep going for a little bit, and then nothing.
Happens during this time.
Okay. And after a while, I'll just stop and kind of cool down and open the journal to just write to Car and
It's really pretty. Here from behind you.
what? What's really pretty? What? Who? What? Is that the captain?
No, sorry. It's just me, Connor.
Oh, hi,
I'm here
Connor.
watching you. I don't think you saw me. Catching the moon. But turns it towards you, and there's a sketch of you just, you know, kind of mid-form, with the moon behind your shoulder.
Oh.
Asuka, the mists kind of like underneath, below the deck.
Looks really good. Thank you.
You okay?
Just trying to connect to the affinity. I feel everybody else kind of talks about honing in, and I feel that I've had it like once or something. I don't know, maybe she doesn't like me. I don't know. But maybe I'm not spiritual enough, you know, in Hanatsuka we don't really
I don't think someone
Pray
is
to
here that
anything.
didn't like you.
Oh,
Well,
well, that's
I guess that doesn't apply to me. But like affinity-wise.
yeah. Usually this like helps me focus, but
Not working.
no. I feel weird like praying. I don't know what the humans do. Something like this.
I've seen a few of them. They
Yeah.
kneel on wood. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Seems to give him peace, though.
Well, yeah. I think that's a good thing.
Sometimes it's, I think, scary to listen to the voices in your head. Good for you for at least trying to go on.
I mean, she sounds like a really nice lady. It's given me comfort once or twice, but do you have a lot of voices?
Not the ones that are good.
Can you like tell them to go away?
I don't think Virtus will ever go away. Not for a while. Until we kill him. But I don't really have an affinity that saved me.
I mean,
You guys did.
Anais, well, we're all the representatives though of the affinities, so we kind of did in like a backwards way.
Unless I'm here just to lead you into another trap.
Nah. If I did, I would punch you.
For a second there, I thought you would. Your eyes were looking like really like trying to punch someone, but then I did.
Are you okay?
No, but I will be.
That's how I feel.
Is there a thing between you and that ASMR? It's like chemistry. Like a...
No. He has a girlfriend, I have a boyfriend. They
Oh.
are different
Oh,
people.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assume. That's fine. I just thought.
Yeah, his
Yeah.
girlfriend's very sassy, but she has a good heart, I think.
Okay.
Don't get on their bad side. Don't mess with him, because you mess with him, then you probably get her wrath. And that doesn't really sound great.
I will keep that in mind if I ever meet her.
Yep.
Is there a thing going on between Nice and Kava?
I don't know. I think they're friends.
I always like look at
For
each other in
certain.
their eyes for a long time.
Oh, that's because Kahu has this like telepathic thing. He can talk in his head.
Right. Yes,
So
he
if-
did. Yeah. He did that. Yeah, he did that one time. Okay, is that what they're
Yeah.
doing? Weird.
Sometimes he boops you on the forehead too.
Hard?
It's a Kalish.
Like,
No,
punches
the
you?
Kahu. No. He like, it's a Kalish that thing. They like bring their foreheads together. It's
Okay.
like an endearment thing.
I believe
It's really
you.
cute.
Sure.
Yeah.
Butting heads like rams.
No, it's like a. I don't know.
Like an Eskimo. I'm just joking. Like an Eskimo kiss.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright. I was just
You're
curious.
you're a lot like your dad.
Thank you? Or is that an insult?
No, that's a good thing. I see where you get it from. So because I know your dad is good, I know you are. It's a good heart.
I mean, he was the only one that raised me, so figured I'd pick up most of his stuff.
Make some interesting decisions with bacon, but
It's a very conversation we've had with a lot of few people. That's helps. Trust me. But that's just me.
not going to try it. Can I do anything for you? Like,
Don't punch
as
me.
a citizen of the nation, I
Gonna arrest me or something?
no. I mean, like,
We need to work
don't
on your
know.
one-liners.
I
Like
I was alone for 2.5 years, so no.
may honor or something.
No.
Well, thank you guys for protecting my father. He rips out the page, just hands it to you. Thank you for protecting an ice.
Yeah. I think you being alive is God. I think you being alive has helped Anais a lot. I've worried about her.
Yeah, me too. I also stabbed her. We're really bad about that one.
I stabbed Kahu on accident once, so it's fine. I killed my husband. I mean, you know, there's... Oh, I need to work on my one-liners.
That's not a one-liner, that's an admission of guilt or a crime. I'm gonna need that story sometime.
Yeah.
You alright, I'm just gonna let this go for now. Are you okay? Pats you on the back, yeah? Oh, poor thing. Alright.
We're good.
First mate like runs up, thinks you're choking, is like, good. Oh, okay.
We're good. Just inhaled a laugh.
Okay. And he just turns.
Good.
Good night.
Good night. I'm going to sit down and
Just like right where you are.
open up my journal and see what Car's doing.
Come back to you. Sorry.
But I need it.
Nice. What are you up to? Are you doing anything special? Or you just headed to bed?
I think I'm headed to bed for now.
Go.
Yeah, I'm headed to bed for now.
Okay.
I was gonna do something, but I feel like I would have probably asked Zach about it, but he's in bed, so I'm not gonna wake him up.
Fair enough. Wait for it in the morning to do. Zach, are you going straight to bed?
Yep, that's the plan.
Oh, are you doing anything after lessons?
Yeah, as Kyle's getting ready to go to bed with his flashcards, he's like, Kamale! He's gonna go check in on Kamale one last time before he goes to bed.
Yeah, Kamale is passed out in a hammock, laying back and forth. He's looked like he was keeping a straight face, but looked very fatigued. Like,
I'll get a blanket over him, and then I'll get myself to bed.
does look like color's coming back to him, but he might need a good long rest or a day or so.
I will attempt to center myself a bit as I go to bed. See if I end up be thinking of Amaya a little bit, of the night and everything that's gone on.
Could give me a wisdom check. Yeah, well, you can center your...
Not well at all. 5.
It's tough. Everything is constantly bringing up past memories, trying to move on, and the stresses of current affairs, future of the tribe, being chosen. It's just all kind of swirling together. Water in a storm before just starting to get rough. Copy. You do fall asleep. Hey Kai, you right to car?
Yeah.
Good morning. Good night. I can't tell. Hello.
Oh. Hi. Sorry. We had a really long day.
So did I.
What did you do?
There was a version of sorts. Taken care of. Creatures coming down from one of the old temples.
Ah,
So many caves here that we are trying to clear, but it's a lot.
we're about to fight a bunch.
But I have sent a force of soldiers. Aid should be in Fusuaga within morning.
Okay. I don't know if you can see this big looming clouds over here, but
Weather's a little different on this side of the mountain.
yeah. But when you had when you were gone, we had to fight this giant raging storm like I told you about, and we have to do that again. So
Oh. When?
in the morning or in the afternoon, tomorrow at some point.
At Fusuaga?
Yeah. Heading there. We're heading there.
See a
We
quick,
just
see a quick okay scribble back. And he doesn't seem to respond. What's the next thing you say afterwards?
we took out some of one of the bad evil elf person, one of the lightest members. I draw that. No, I'm just kidding.
Arendelle, rar.
So that's right. So that was good, but we also had a close call. but we freed a bunch of elves.
There's no response for a good 30 minutes. Waiting for it. Finally. Oh, whoa! Oh, missed that. Sorry. Glad you took care of it. But sorry for the elves. I'm on my way.
Yeah. Oh. I don't want you risking yourself.
Oh, it's already too late. The airship left. I figured you'd say no, so. Figured I'd ask for forgiveness instead of permission.
Just write out that anger.
I can hear that in my head. It's adorable. You're not fighting this alone.
I have Kahu and Ananias and Zachary.
Not fighting this without me. Going anywhere.
Alright. I'll see you there then.
You want to prove to the elves, the Kalishtar, that we mean what we say. I'll be the first to do that then.
It's actually a good point. Alright.
You feel a raindrop on the back of your neck. Another one lands on the page in front of you. Smearing the last thing he says. He didn't quite see it. The wind starts picking up. The rain starts falling. You are now in the middle of a rainstorm. Sitting on a boat.
I will get up and quickly go inside.
Try to get up. Move. There's like mist circling the deck that you're on. You try and run through the door. You're back on the deck. Give me another affinity check and a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh boy. Okay. Affinity is an 18. And wisdom's a natural 20 plus 3. 23.
Nice.
Natural 20, but
The stars in the sky had blotted out. Rain searing against your skin now become like burning acid almost. The deck you were on, as you run through this mist another time, turns to woods, forest on the outskirts of Hanasuka. Charred and burned, Wisterium gone. Just black trees as far as you can see. You look up in the Capitol building. The red storm. Light, fire, and lightning. Going straight up to the sky. Into the clouds. The whole sky is dark and on fire. Then a break in the clouds happens. Pure moonlight. Radiating out where you are. I do speak to you, if you wish.
Oh. Are you showing me this?
I am. You are running away from me. There are many who are dying every moment. Great evil here that is beyond my eye. Cloud, despair, even beyond which I cannot. There are voices crying out for you. You are the moon. You are the last hope in the darkness for those. Music that plays stillness in the dark. You are my light. Why do you fear?
Going back?
Hold fear in your heart, not just this, from anything.
So I feel like I've failed so many times. Just don't want to keep doing that. I know it's a part of life, but I want to help, but just so many bad things tied to my homeland, and I don't know. I feel bad. I know I need to go back.
We chose you. Not because great deeds. Not because you are perfect. That you are brilliant. You have lived a life and known pain. You have the power inside you already to feel pain, suffering, understand what the people are going. You have the ability now to save them, if you so wish.
I do. It's just, I feel like there's so many things to do.
There are many things to do. There are many voices crying out. The answers that your friends seek here as well.
Get there.
Sorry, what'd you say? It kind of broke up.
Said we'll get there. We have to help Anais and Kahu, and there's...
You look over and in the distance you see 2, 4, 7. Are losing count of golden lights. They need your aid, or it's too.
Am I on a deadline now?
I cannot see how long you have in there. They call out to me. I hear their cries.
do it.
But I chose you for a reason. You're ready. Trust your instincts, your heart. The path will be open for you.
Is it the king doing this?
I cannot see.
Hmm.
But the boy that travels with you, family cries out for you.
Zach?
Only you can open up the path for him to walk upon. The sun and the moon must work together.
Yeah.
Again, we make no mistakes.
That's good to know.
Now I'm always here if you need to speak.
I'll try to listen better.
You sense a bright, glowing white light behind you.
Turn around?
And before you is this beautiful tiefling. Robes that flow long, cast on the ground. Flowers, white and golden purple. Her face is obscured behind this bright, glowing light. You almost have to squint. It's different moons. Starlight appears around her head. And the wisteria begins to bloom behind her. Walks forward and embraces you. You are special, Megan. You are my champion. Kisses you on the forehead. You feel unchained. Feel renewed. Feel different.
Smiling.
Your music is beautiful. Hear it all the time.
Thank you.
Only when you're ready.
We have to take care of the storm. But right now. And then come here.
Follow the path you must. And the time you choose will be the right time.
Get here as quickly as we can.
We'll do as much as I can to give hope through the clouds. When you choose to come here, there's only so much that we can do for you all. Great evil here that blocks us out.
Good to know. To prepare. Thank you.
Now go. Let your heart be light. Will give hope to those that ask for it in the darkness. He hugs you again as you close your eyes. You open them and you're sitting on the deck. Did you fall asleep on me? Written in the book.
Oh. Is it raining?
All a dream.
Oh.
Or vision. It was not real. Rain.
Yeah. chosen stuff.
Okay, sorry. Let me know if you have a meeting next time. I can wait.
Oh, no, like a vision. We have these vision things sometimes.
Really cool. What? See.
I'll explain it.
I guess you have a lot more responsibilities than I thought.
Same.
Yeah. Taking over for my uncle was not as fun as I thought it was going to be.
No. But I know you can do it.
Did you say anything about Zachary and his family in this vision to him? I don't think you guys have
No.
told him anything before, right?
Nope. I've kept quiet on that. And a lot of details on Ananias, but he
Sure.
knows that we're hunting down some of the elves, some of the bad
It's just
ones.
kind of like a what you need to know but not specific sort of thing.
Yep.
Fair enough.
I've explained it to him that we all have things going on, and that if they want to explain it, that's their,
Oh yeah. No, he gets it.
yeah. Yeah.
You know, I don't really try and pry. Everyone just seems to want to tell me everything. Like, Sasha just always followed me around, was like telling me everything. I was like, girl, like, go talk to your... And I don't know, it's just a lot. Lana's always wanting to tell me things. Like, don't keep secrets well. But better than Carlos, though, for sure.
Yeah.
He's like the worst secret keeper ever.
He is. Are you still on your way?
Oh, yeah, so definitely. Go to sleep. I'll be there when you wake up.
Alright.
Well, actually, probably after lunch. I left much later than the rest of them.
Okay.
Shine brightly. Da, da, da.
Good night, my prince.
Little heart with an eye on it.
Yeah. So it's like middle school, like, cringe.
Giggle, giggle, giggle.
Yeah, and go to sleep.
Perfect.
I thought
Not
of
on the
one thing
deck.
I wanted to do super quick. It will take 2 seconds.
Okay.
If you're okay.
You let me know.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. What are you trying to do?
Oops, I just muted myself.
No, you may not. I know.
I wanted to. So, like, I have 3rd level spells now, so I can do sending. So, I wanted to do sending to Amaria.
Okay. What are you sending?
I'll say, hey, I haven't heard from you. Are you alive? In trouble? Let me know.
You have a lot more words if you want to use them.
No.
You're not justifying this? Okay.
He's a woman of few words.
I don't need to talk that much.
Are you booping? All right.
He's rolling dice.
Ooh.
Food. Darkness. Kill. There. Pray. Kill. Food. This jarbled, animalistic, almost response that you get.
Okay.
Big yikes.
Not good. Right.
Then you're
That's
only
all.
sending?
Yeah, I only had 1 3rd level spell slot left, so.
Ananias.
Yeah.
You go to sleep.
Yeah.
Kahu. You go to sleep. Both of you roll me affinity checks, please.
Wait, we add proficiency now? Yes.
22.
Sorry, what's my proficiency?
Plus 3.
21.
21. Nice. Both of you. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll wait for that one. Both fall asleep. And the sleep comes to you in a choppy way. Wind beating up, tossing and turning, but eventually you awaken on the plateau of Fusuaga. The wind battering against your skin and your face. The sky filled with a dark storm of red lightning. The water rising, chopping up against the rocks, spraying even up here. You look towards each other and you're both standing there on the precipice of the cliff. Earth, sky meeting, form, chaos. Both are aware of each other's presence.
This is different.
Yeah, are we aware it's a dream?
Both are very aware at this point. If sort of dream or affinity based thing.
Okay. Yeah, and Ice is like looking around and then she's like, did you do this?
I'll just walk over to her and I'm like, if I did, it wasn't on purpose. Did you?
No, I don't do the dream thing. That's all your thing.
You've never had a dream before.
Well, together, no. Not like this, that's what I'm saying.
I've never had a dream. This is
I heard you're in a lot of people's dreams. So what is this?
Well, it's not like I'm trying to evade people's dreams. I'm trying to figure things out as I go.
Okay. Like, look around. Is there something to, like, indicate why we're here?
There would, but my notes got messed up. That's frustrating.
It's very frustrating.
Very frustrating. We're not there anymore. I am...
I guess the real question right now is this your dream? Was this my dream?
A good question. Did someone else do this? That's what usually concerns me.
That's fair. Either way, we've got each other's back.
Rachel, I sent you a message if you could respond in a second.
Oh,
But
where?
in private message, DM, Discord.
Oh.
As you're both standing there and talking, a loud, thunderous crack breaks out. Strength. Power. Tranquility. if you remember the last one. I don't either. It's so
It's been a
frustrating.
while.
Did you guys remember the
Wait,
last
Mark,
word?
do you remember?
I'm so mad I don't have my notes anymore about first intro. I'll have to go back and watch it. It's so frustrating. I was hoping you'd get
Did they
that
just
for
get
me, too.
deleted or something?
It did. The whole thing.
Was
It's
it
like
balance or
it's all messed
something?
up.
Oh, it's balanced.
Balance.
It's balanced.
Sounds.
Thank you. Does not say balance.
What?
It was on purpose though. I remember there's a third one, but it only says the first three.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you feel like it's talking to you.
Like I can hear it.
Slotha.
Strength. Power. Quality. What drives you?
Life. The joys that can be found. The things you can learn. I look over at Anais and back up and the people you meet.
Balance. Hear another calmer voice. The journey is not ended. In balance among us. Seek and feel in your hearts. Just saw that comment. The desire. Bring balance.
I do think it is what is needed.
Will not be easy. There is an imbalanced world. Darkness has been corrupted. Light has been stolen.
Perhaps. I feel perhaps the light is just scattered throughout the world, in the hearts of all the peoples.
Are you talking about the actual light affinity? Is that
I
what you're
think they
saying?
are talking about it.
Oh, okay.
We are. Feel kind of the wind like press against your back and like a yes. Lotha for sure. It's like you gotta be gentle with her. You gotta push her along. Yeah.
Did something happen recently? Did something get worse? Like why us two here now?
Storm rages. You both are tied together in your path. It is still unbalanced. You must find that balance. Before you can see storm, raging, red lightning. Behind you, turn around, you can see a volcano erupting in the distance. Which path will you seek first?
Are you saying, is the volcano Fusuaga? I'm trying to picture this in my mind.
It's Verdus, I
So
think.
you're on Fusuaga. Volcano is Virdis. The storm is the shadow storm in front of you. You're like in the middle of these two storms raging. It's like quiet where you're at, like the center of the storm. In your moment of just listening, just the thunder cracks out again. Strength, power, tranquility. Nice, you feel like that one was meant for you.
I just don't know when we'd be ready. She's really powerful.
You will know when you're ready. The path will open up. Shows you. Don't make mistakes.
I'll kneel down next to Anais and I'll do everything I can to be there and to prepare for that day.
We both kind of have a reckoning with her. She's done a lot to you and your people, too.
She's done a lot to a lot of people. Remember, I'll be there. Watching your back.
Both need each other. Find the path. One will find it, the other shall walk it. Pahu, you feel in both directions a choice or a pull that you might be able to shadow walk towards either one if you so desired. Almost like an insight. Feels like.
Into what's happening.
Potentially.
I think because I feel I'm not ready and I run into Virdis. I probably need to go the other way because every time I've approached Virdis, she's managed to do something to me.
Strength, power, tranquility. That one probably cut off, but balance at the end. Yeah. Way do you choose? You feel directly guided by both Lotha and Adurna.
By both Lotha and
Adurna,
Adurna.
they're both present. You feel both of them with both, watching over both of you.
I want to look to Anais and Virdis or the coming storm. I feel both paths.
Or what? I don't think she knew what he was talking about.
I apologize. I feel a pull right now. from the affinities in 2 directions. One towards that, pointing to the volcano, and one towards that.
Think you could go there?
Okay, go to one of the 2 for a moment.
Do you have one you want to do?
I want to do both.
Are there? Do you feel like with your skill level, though, both might be a harder thing to do? Possible, but a harder thing to do.
Lotho, could I help him somehow? I know the dream thing isn't my thing.
Ellen.
She looks like she doesn't know what that's supposed to mean in relation to the question. She just looks confused.
You take a second to feel the storm whipping around you. And it's like the feeling of understanding that sky cannot create a storm and rage alone, but that it churns the water, rises it, and uses it. But only together to even be able to insight into this anymore.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There's a reason that Lotha and Adorna showed up together on this one.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they're with us. So that means there's protection. So, I mean, both are dangerous. I guess whatever it is you feel like would be best to have an inside look on, maybe? I'm not sure.
I'll reach my hand out.
You want me to take your hand?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, then I grab it. I'm going to try to do both, but I'm going to focus on Viridis first.
You are attempting both?
Attempting both, but Viridis is the priority.
Give me a affinity check with advantage. That was a hardcore nod.
Advantage. Yeah.
21.
Nice job.
You take each other's hands, and these symbols on your forehead begin to shine. You focus, taking into your bloodline, your ancestry. And with Anais, take a step. Both of you kind of step out of your body. You are flying free like a bird on the wind towards this sulfuric, dark clouds erupting out of this volcano lava, carving through the landscape down into the river. This plateau. One Kahu that you fought on before. You land. Surrounded by 8 pillars. It feels hollow, desecrated, like voices beyond a veil that are screaming out.
To be clear, I recognize this place too. Just on the same page. Okay.
Need wisdom saving throws from both of you.
Yeah.
Love you, Amara.
15.
7.
Oof.
Storm picks up a wind and with green lightning. The storm whirls around you. Kahu, you suddenly do not see Anais as you know her. But Anais, when you looking similar to when you first met her. Windswept, brushed hair. She begins to run out of your hand. Nice, you can begin to see flashes of that night. The hand on your shoulder. Varro's face. Holding your brother. Certain holding your sister. Arendelle, now you can see her voice come into view. Her face come into view. Holding your mother. But you steel yourself, and with a flash of lightning, you return, standing on the spot. Your affinity symbol glowing, glaive in hand. Lightning cascading out of you like purple and blue lightning. But everything's dark and inverted. See your family chained up to these pillars. And an orb similar to the one that you fought against Arendelle at the base of this altar. An altar surrounded by the pillars. You also see Varro, Arendelle, 4 more pillars. Oh, you have lost the grip of Anais. Everything swirls around you, and you are a young boy running off of this mountain scared. Storm whipping around you, tears streaking down your face. You seem lost. Almost as if your family was just sacrificed and you ran. You are reliving her nightmare. Anais just barely through the storm, and the crackling of a woman's voice that you'd recognize. Feel the anger rise in you, but a sense of justice as well. Stopping Arendelle, what you've been doing. Strength, power, tranquility, balance, strength, power, tranquility, balance. Every time another lightning bolt crashes out, it begins to crack these pillars, freeing everyone. You hear a boy yell out for you. You race after Kahu. And you guys are back on the plateau. You wish to move towards the storm? Oh, you takes a moment to come back after that. Like you had lost yourself there, merging with her memory and getting lost in her nightmare. She was the one that pulled you back to this.
Tears in his eyes, he looks back at her. Says, I'm so sorry.
What happened? Are you okay?
I think I was you. Running. Family dying. Loss and surety. Darkness. I'm so sorry. No one should have to bear such burdens. Not alone.
I haven't been alone for a while. I don't like going back, though. I'm sorry you had to feel it.
I would just hugs her at this point.
I hug him back.
Connor runs in and stabs you. No, I'm just kidding.
We are not alone. I think we must move forward.
Yeah.
To the storm.
You okay too?
Just don't let go.
I don't really want to either. That was the worst.
I agree. He's gonna try to focus towards the storm.
You take her hands again. Focus. And you keep seeing those images. Yourself running and Aya's running. Your affinity check will be a disadvantage. For helping, you're at flat roll.
$18.
This time, instead of both going, feel like you were able to focus, and it's like splitting the water. You create a path. But it's like the winds are buffeting too hard. You can only hold it open. Anais, do you walk towards the storm?
I mean, I just look at Kahu. Do you want me to? I can.
Feels
I
like
can
he's
try.
opening up a path for you.
The path is there.
Yeah, I'll go.
Give me wisdom saving throw.
Ooh, that one was not as good. 9.
Begin walking, pressing yourself against the wind on the sand as the water is now split. You are walking the base of this giant storm. Red lightning lashing out. Kind of cover your face for a second, but the purple lightning is able to strike it away. Your own storm around you beginning to rise and buffering past. Chance to walk forward. Resistance and tough, but you hear that drumbeat of strength, power, ability, talent. It's like a heartbeat. Press forward. Just at its toughest point, you break through. See looming large, shadowous monster. Horns and red eyes. You also feel pain, sorrow. You know that pain. The red lightning strikes out at you and kind of knocks you back. Your vision changes. And you weren't sure how you got here. You're in a cave. You can see Sundavir holding Tiefling, bleeding out. Crying. See a book at his feet as he flips it open. Leather bound with this symbol that Sundavir wears on his forehead. He opens it up, begins incanting a spell. You notice the red darkness begin to cape around him, start enveloping her body. Just as he begins to cast the spell, his eyes and veins on his skin pulse with green. You see the dean starting to run in. Entrance cave yelling. Hard to hear what they're saying. It's storm and lightning crashing around you. You're still confused where this cave is and what they're saying. The dean tries to stop Sundavir, and Sundavir completes the spell. They both get blown back by red lightning. As she rises up, her eyes glowing red. Slowly, her body disintegrates into the shadow monster. Consumes the dean's body and just ashes where his body used to be. Wake up. Both of you now in your bed sweating. In your own rooms where you fell asleep. Sweating from the dreams, the nightmares. As you both failed wisdom saves, both will have 1 level of exhaustion. Going into the next day.
Used to it.
Sorry.
There's a
Zachary.
plant for that.
Zachary, I need an affinity check. Fall asleep. Feel yourself falling into the same dream of flying up in Celestia in the sunlight, breaking above the clouds.
24.
Swing around, dive back below the clouds. It's dark. Old. Your island, where you've grown up, your family, houses are abandoned. Trees, vines have over. Deserted. Abandoned. You look up, wondering where your family went. Reaching out. You can see 2 sky sunbeams. You're looking out the cliffs where Solisterum would be. You see 2 solar sunbeams. Approximately where the striker is. Your brothers are. All of their lights have gone out from my sight.
Even my sisters? With Bry?
So you see the two with Bry and the two with Striker, but that's it.
Okay.
Kind of landing next to you, lighting the surrounding area, but fighting off this cold and shadow. Soulless. Giving you warmth. Almost like vision over the land. Can't do this alone.
Zach is just kind of staring out in silence, just heavy breathing starts.
There's still hope. A friend knows the way. Reveal the path to you. You see the sunbeam, the sun break through the clouds above, shine down on Hannes. I cannot see any further. Yes.
Kind of looking down. Why are you so weak?
Wish to give you the powers. Save your family. Weakness.
You could have done something about this? Why are you so weak?
Strength has waned over the years. We are beyond the mortal veil. Directly in it. You are our power.
You leaving was a screw up, I think.
Feel the heartache. Shared pain.
You've let corruption take this world.
Corruption is more powerful than we are. There is always hope. Storms are only dark until they pass. Feel their heartbeat. There is not. There is still hope. She reaches out, puts her hand over your chest. You hear family's heartbeat. Their life force. Not dead.
What's that supposed to do for me?
Save them. You need to let this pain go. You bear this chain of responsibility around you that you think you need to do this alone. Even us affinities. I alone do nothing. I alone would falter or but together, united, we stand with strength. To let your anger burn in me. Saved so many people today.
Why is it only one person you can give power to?
That's all the power we had left. Each one bead of our power left.
And the Ancient One? Does he do nothing?
The reason why we are able to hand that bead of our holds it all
So
together.
he's weak too then.
No, you are hurting. It's the weak. Those meekness. Nothing left. Rise above. That can feel the pains of those go through injustices. Those with power, those with hearts that do not know pain, know only greed, power, but claim and twist. And do not make any mistakes. You are my chosen.
Why are you so weak, though?
I think you are my strength. Corruption is great evil. We are splintered. We do not refuse to give up, and we do not choose not to walk away. I will support you and give you my strength. I have nothing left to give.
How is that enough to stop corruption?
I think together you can. We haven't had that hope in a long time. Save them. You can save this world. Free it from the chains. The cycle that has continued far too long.
But what about the stones?
You're gathering them, are you not?
Are we to abandon that?
No. Fine.
And then what?
And you help those that need. You
No.
revive those that are asleep.
What does that mean?
My twin, Numbers, has been lost. But I think you can find him. Bring light back to this world. Reclaim darkness. Bring balance.
What do we do when we have the stones, though?
Undavir will direct you. Where it started.
Trust?
And do the ritual.
You trust him?
He's not my choice. He has been corrupted.
So you trust him?
Does know rituals. You all might need to save him. Or destroy him. Trust that you all will make the decision you believe is right. We are not all powerful. We're not all omnipotent. Give us the name of deities.
You say you don't deserve that?
I don't think of us as deities. But I do see beauty in this land, and I am trying to save it. Even an imperfect world is worth saving.
But you can do nothing outside of what I do.
I think everything that I do. Through you. Exactly what is needed. You are stronger and do much more good than you believe. That is why you must trust the others. You won't be able to save your family without her. You won't be able to stop the storm without the other. Trust is much more powerful than. Leaves you there in the warmth, cold. Looking over the side. Alone and not alone. Feel the choice still there. Scales for you to choose. Path to. You wake up. And the session on that is all of you wake up from your dreams and your visions. guys.
So 2 of them woke up exhausted, 1 woke up angry, and I'm fine.
Megan, like, I had a great time. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Gotta see my boyfriend. Oh, well, then we have to fight a storm. How are you guys?
But we are going to take off next week. Take a little break as some of us will not be here in town. But to let you guys take a week to let your chosens ponder their next steps, where you want to go, where the path will guide you next. But thank you guys so much. You guys did really good tonight. It was fun to be back and playing with you guys again. We do have beacons this week, right? But not the 5th. No.
Oh, we have it on
We're off the 15th.
15th, that's what it is. Yep. Ours is the 5th. Okay. Yeah, cool. Well, we got a couple more weeks of beacons. Sundays, 3 p.m. on Marquee Gaming. You definitely want to check it out. It's super fun. And all of the wonderful people in the Discord and all of their content streaming. Make sure to follow our socials as well. I have some announcements coming up in the grapevine that you want to be part of. So thank you guys so much. We'll go ahead and send a quick raid. I know we're a little later than normal today, but I wanted to get through our dreams for our chosens tonight. Do we have anybody we know that's on? Not really. Okay. Huh. Critical Role still on? I think they're doing the... Oh, they're not even still on, are they?
Oh, no.
Oh, they're on break.
No.
The last...
They're on break, okay.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah, they're doing the...
They pick last Thursday of the month off, don't they?
No, they're doing the donation thing with Stephen Colbert tonight. It's like the special little one shot.
That's fun.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and send it over there if anyone wants to. Oh, did they just finish? Oh, wow, that was a quick one then. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. We went late, didn't we? Looks like they're on break. Are they just doing a rerun then? Weird. All right. Maybe we won't raid anybody. Let's see what else is on. Let's find someone new. Here we go.
It's fun finding new people.
Talk of the Tavern. This sounds fun. 10 follows from 2000. Let's go. Might as well. So Distills Place. We'll check them out. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight. A lot of emotions. A lot of taking a break and breathing from the fight at hand. I have to go a long way around to raid now. There we go. And as always, thank you guys so much for showing all the love and respect you do to us. Let's send the Bardic Barrage over, show all the love and respect to all of them as well, and show what an amazing, amazing community we are. How amazing all of you guys. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back in 2 weeks. I'll still probably be streaming next week. We'll do some map making or stuff like that. But Fates United will return in 2 weeks. Love you guys. Bye.